Welcome, everybody, to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. We've got a tremendous matchup for you tonight. Tailgating has been going on since the early morning, and this place is locked and loaded, as we'll see a squad from the Big Ten, the Michigan Wolverines, taking on the 5th-ranked team, the Miami Hurricanes. 3A Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, here in the booth with Kirk Herbstreit. I think we've talked long enough, Kirk. Let's get this game going. And he'll lead the kickoff right there. We'll start with the 25. The Hurricanes offense comes on the field first today. And here comes the tight end who's having such a great season. Kirk, you talk to opponents, and they always use the same phrase, matchup nightmare, this guy.
Well, what stands out to me with this guy is that's not very often, you're right, the defensive coordinators are most concerned about it.
Junior steps up and makes an impact play.
Well, how about the push out front by the big fellas here? And when you can get pressure like this, that's what separates good defenses from great defenses. And you think back to the Michigan teams, when they've been exceptional, they've had defensive line play just like that.
The loss sets up a 2nd and long from the 20. Back to pass. It's Ward. Looking right. This one caught. They'll actually lose yardage after the catch. The defense all over him that time. Now in 3rd and very long, looking to throw. Looks downfield and connects with a wide open wide receiver. Tackle made after a big gain.
What a pitch and catch by the quarterback and receiver for a big gain for this offense.
And the Canes have 1st and 10 here. Back now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Grab down the middle. It's Restrepo. Tackle made after the completion. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. They'll keep it on the ground with the draw play. Nowhere to run up the middle. An important 3rd down attempt for this offense. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. Grab near the sticks. It's Johnson. And they wrap him up, but the gain is good enough for a 1st down. The Hurricanes are moving quickly down the field. Gives it to the back. Running with purpose.
It's a good, solid gain. 5 or 6 yards. Love to see that from the running game.
2nd down after that run on the previous play. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. Short pass finds the tight end. And he's brought down, but not before he gets 1st down yardage. A new set of downs after that completion. 1st down, looking to throw the ball. Punt over the middle. It's Restrepo. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. Important 2nd down play coming up. Catch made on the right side. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. The Canes are in the red zone. Gonna run it. It's Martinez. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. He'll hand it off. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. And they convert here on 3rd down in the red zone. This is a 4-point type of play, touchdown or field goal. And he runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Miami.
You could just tell this quarterback knew exactly what he wanted to do as things were developing in front of him. He saw that open space and decided, I'm just going to take it myself and head to the end zone for a touchdown.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. And the PAT makes it 7-0 to open score. Now the kickoff team is out on the field. And the return starts just inside the end zone. And they'll be stopped short of the 20-yard line. Good job by the coverage team. The Wolverines offense takes the field. The first chance we had to see them today. And here we go, the other half of this running back matchup we've been looking forward to. Both guys come in rested, fresh, and very motivated.
How great is this, Chris? Usually in this era, it's about the quarterbacks and the receivers and getting the ball out in space. And in this matchup, we got two of the best running backs in the country going head-to-head.
They stopped the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. Getting set. Here's second down. Here comes the handoff. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. It's a draw to the back. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Dropping back, it's Orji. Makes a quick grab. And they wrap him up after the completion just short of the first down mark. The offense now looking at a 3rd and short from their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. Caught in the backfield, it's Morgan. And the Wolverines are on the move here. Line getting set up. It's a first down play. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. Receiver makes the grab. And he's brought down after a big first down gain. A 2nd and short. Maybe an opportunity, Kirk, to take a shot here. And they'll try to pick it up on the ground. There's the tackle, but first down yardage. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. First down, looking to throw the football. And that one's picked off. What a play. Going the other way, can they catch him? Inside the 20. Return to pick 6. Touchdown for the U. Well, the takeaway and the touchdown, that is just a dream play for any defender.
Well, let's start with the interception. I just love the fact that he got his eyes turned around, found the football, and then has the athletic ability to be able to secure it. Then he goes back to high school running back days and shows you what he can do with the ball in his hands and takes it all the way back for a touchdown. Beautiful thing.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. With the extra point, the lead is 14. Getting set to kick the ball off now. Fielded in the end zone. It's Stewart. Solid coverage there. They get him at the 15. That's when the offense will take over. Offense goes to the pistol formation now. They'll hand it off. Oh, look at the quick cut. That's a solid gain to move the sticks as the first quarter clock winds down. Kirk, as we take a break for the quarter here, it's Miami in front. Solid performance so far, creating some separation. Here's the first quarter stats. We'll see if this game gets out of hand before halftime. The crucial second quarter beginning right now. And they'll go right back to him on first down. And the sophomore able to bring him down quickly. Now it's second down here. Dropping back. It's Orji. Trying to get the throw off. Throws the ball away, but not before taking a hit. So it's 3rd and long from the 29. The defense play coverage or blitz. Catch made over the middle. They bring him down, but he makes the 40-yard line. That's a solid gain. The Wolverines churn out another first down. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. The short completion at the tight end. Defense makes the stop after the completion. Offense getting set. Second down play here. Looking to throw again. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Grab down the middle. It's Morgan. He's not going to get the first down. It's 4th down now. The Wolverines will bring their punt team on the field now. Oh, and it lands at the 4 and bounces in for a touchback. And here comes the Miami offense back out on the field. Let's see if they can keep that passing game going. The last possession, very efficient and precise. Pass is caught right near the sideline. What a catch. Does get the foot down. Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. And the quarterback dropping back. Caught over the middle. It's Johnson.
Well, the running back that time just kind of sneaks out of the backfield and shows his hands on that nice catch.
That completion makes it 2nd and medium. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Breaks the tackle to get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. It's 3rd down for the offense. From the shotgun, drops back. Grab down the middle. It's Arroyo. He's stopped, but he gets a first down.
This offense is clicking, and clearly everything seems to be working. The coordinator's calling good plays. The quarterback and the rest of his receivers and running backs are executing. And frankly, this defense is showing almost no resistance.
The Canes starting a new series here on 1st and 10. Takes the handoff. It's Martinez. Breaks loose at the 40. Oh, and he's in the clear now. It's a foot race. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. And he'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down. Well, the big fella's Kirk flowing to the right there. The defense just has no answer. It's a huge gain.
Yeah, and what a patience there by the running back. Just allowing those blocks to be set up there off to the right. And then once he saw the crease in the defense, accelerates through that hole to show you what kind of speed he has for a big gain and a first down.
And then first down, they go right back to him. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. The Hurricanes are going to cash in here in the red zone. Looking to throw it from the red zone. Couldn't find anybody open and just has to throw it away. Incompletion makes it 2nd down. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. The 8th play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Caught over the middle. It's Johnson. Defense able to stop him. It's 4th down now. It's the 2-minute warning. We've got a blowout developing here before halftime. So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. And it sails right through the middle of the uprights. Solid kick. And they add to the lead.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
So after adding to this big lead, they are set to kick it away. Bringing it out, it's Stewart. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. And the Michigan offense comes back out on the field. They're in a hole here before they have a chance to regroup at halftime. Let's see if they can cut into this big lead. Caught quickly. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. And the Wolverines will crank up the tempo. To the air, it's Orji. Looking to throw it deep. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. Oh, and nothing but green grass ahead. They're not going to get him. He's in. Touchdown, Michigan.
Love to watch this quarterback go out and execute in this kind of situation. He's doing a great job of ignoring the scoreboard and feeling a sense of pressure to have to play with more urgency. Right now, he's executing. We're in the 2nd quarter. Plenty of time to get back in this game.
Here's the point after attempt. PAT makes it a 17-7 game. Now they get set to kick it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. Coverage team brings down the returner. And Miami offense is back on the field. Offense protecting the lead here, but they've been playing so well. Let's see if they go for more before halftime. Looking for his back. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived at the same time as the football. And now it's second down. Back behind the quarterback, aligned in a pistol. Looking to pass here on second down. And this pass is caught. Tackled pretty quickly, but that is a decent gain on the throw. Offense gets set up here. It's third down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. This one's going to fall incomplete. Brings up fourth down. And the Canes will have to punt this one away. Oh, and he's got some space here. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. So the first play of the drive here coming up. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. And looking to throw now on first down. And the pass is incomplete.
Man, Chris, I don't know if that was a bad read by the quarterback or a bad route by the receiver. They got to get this cleaned up before the next time they go through the air.
Grab down the middle. It's Loveland. Timeout is called to talk strategy late in this close game with halftime approaching. The catch makes it a more manageable third down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Caught over the middle. It's Morris. And uses his speed to pick up solid yardage. The Wolverines begin a new series here. First and 10. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. And that pass is hauled in over the middle. And the offense will now quickly spend a timeout. Now here comes the bunch formation. To throw, it's Orji. Lets it fly to the wideout. And it's incomplete. He dropped the first down pass over the middle. Incompletion sets up a second down. Offense looking to throw the ball. And he's going to fling it deep, going for it all here. Intercepted, picked off by the defense. And he's wrapped up after a solid return.
I'm going to give the defensive coordinator a tip of the cap here. They went with dime coverage with 6 defensive backs, which gives them a lot more speed on the field. And with those defensive backs, they're able to play better in space. They recognize the ball, step in front of it for a nice interception.
And the Hurricanes offense retakes the field. Interesting position here. How aggressive do they get to try to add to this lead before halftime? The sure hands. It's Johnson. An effective play. Good for a first down at the 35.
Oh, it's so easy to get caught up under the receivers and the quarterback, and your eyes get lost. Forget about the running back. Nice catch and a first down for this offense.
Game moves it to the 35. First down again. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Tries to get it to the running back. With the catch, it's Johnson. Tackle is made very near midfield. Good enough for a first down. Miller's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it down to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
All right, guys, thanks. Looks like we've had ourselves a very enjoyable first half so far. And I get it. A lot of coaches will say the difference between winning and losing comes down to stopping big plays and getting big plays. But if you ask me, it's more about how good you are on third down and how efficient you are in keeping drives alive. Those two stats can help you break the will of even the best defenses and help you come out on top. That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to start the second half.
And here's the return from inside the 5. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. And the Wolverines offense is back on the field. First play of the second half is a handoff. They've got him, but he picks up 8 yards. Sets up a nice second and 2. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. The sophomore with a strong tackle there. Urgency now for the offense. They hate to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. On 3rd and short, they try to pick it up on the ground. Tackled, but first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. And then first down, right back to the running game. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. Looking to throw. It's Orji. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. They're finally able to stop him, but the defense is fooled a bit on that screen play. It's a solid game for a first down. The Wolverines are moving quickly down the field. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Grab down the middle. It's Morgan. And a nice first down gain there. They get him down, but very close to the first down marker. Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. On the run, he's going to chuck it deep. Caught way downfield for a huge gain. And the tackle is made, but the offense now is set up. 1st and goal from the 9.
The defense is spread all over the field, creating some one-on-one matchups, and the quarterback makes them pay for it.
Offense racing down the field. It sets up a 1st and goal inside the 10. From the gun, he looks for an open man. That one falls incomplete. Good defensive play. Brings up 2nd down. Trying for the end zone, running it right up the gut. And now the defense able to bring him down. Gain sets up a 3rd down and goal from the 6. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Launching one to the end zone. Almost intercepted in the end zone. An opportunity missed. But it does bring up a 4th down here. And that kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that.
And that one, my gosh, I mean, it's almost too easy. Nice kick.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. And it comes out to the 25. No return attempted there. And here comes the Miami offense back out onto the field. They'll run it here. Breaking free at the 35. They stop him at the 47, but that's enough for a first down.
How about setting the edge there on the right side of that offensive line? I wouldn't be surprised if they keep going back to the well, pounding it behind that right guard and right tackle and tight end, seeing what additional damage they can do.
Nice play to start the drive. They're near midfield here for 1st and 10. Quick throw. That's an RPO caught on the left side. They bring him down quickly. A short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. On the ground, it's Martinez. Minimal gain brought down short of the marker. Offense looking to keep the drive alive. It's 3rd down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Finds his man. It's George. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play.
Well, this quarterback is unflappable. Here they are working with the lead in the second half. Get to a 3rd down. You got to throw the football. This is where you trust the quarterback to make a good decision, an accurate throw. He does it, you convert, and you keep working that clock.
The Hurricanes come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Here comes a throw from the red zone. Looking for 6. And he's got it. Touchdown, Canes.
Well, that's just textbook right there. Great timing and recognition by the quarterback. Great route by this receiver. He gave a nice stem to the outside before he went to the post. Perfect timing, tough to defend, and an easy touchdown for this offense.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Kickoff teams come on the field now to send this one away. He's going to bring it out of the end zone from a couple yards deep. He's tackled at the 17, so it would be better to leave it in the end zone for a touchback. And the Michigan offense back out on the field. They've had to settle for field goals. That won't work anymore. They got to find the end zone this time. Off the play fake on first down. Quick throw complete to the tight end. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. Offense getting set. It's second down. And the single back takes the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Third down. The offense desperately needs a conversion here, trailing in the third quarter. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. He's moving out of the pocket. Trying to use his legs to make the first down. Couldn't get there, and now it's a fourth down call. And the Wolverines will bring their punt team onto the field. Money comes for his second punt of the game. This will be fair caught at the 30. Here comes the offense, hoping to get a drive going. Ball handed off. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Second down after that previous play. Looking downfield, it's Ward. It's a quick grab. They bring him down after a solid gain, but it's still well short of the first down marker. Third down play for this offense. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. And he can't escape. It's a sack for the defense. Kirk, as we take a break for the quarter here, it's Miami in front. And they got to be feeling pretty good about things as we wrap up the third quarter. Let's review how we got here. And now entering the final period of play, is there an epic comeback in store? We're going to find out. And on fourth down, the punter sends it away. And here's the fair catch by the return man. And the Michigan offense comes back out on the field. This group was coming off a quick 3-and-out. Can they put something together in this drive? First play of the drive, they'll come out throwing. Grab behind the line. It's Edwards. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Pass complete. It's second down now. And the back now goes in motion. They look to throw it here on second down. Pulls it in. It's Moore. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. Crucial third down play after that completion. Quarterback leaves the pocket on the move now. Slides to avoid the big hit. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. And he'll set up to throw. Caught over the middle. It's Morris.
Well, it's another positive play, but, man, look at the clock and look at the score. You still need a couple touchdowns to be able to get yourself back into this game and have a chance to win it. So you got to keep moving here and keep taking those shots downfield.
He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the first down. The Wolverines will come to the line to run the hurry-up. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. Quarterback operating an empty set. Looking to throw it again. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact. No flag. Brings up third down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. Looking downfield. It's Orji. He'll take a deep shot here. And he makes it into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. That's an important score. We've got a one-possession game now, Kirk, and it's game on.
It's game on, and now it's about this defense coming up with a stop. Everybody in the stadium knows that they're going to run the football and try to milk the clock. So what can your defense do to ensure they don't do that successfully?
Now the try here for the extra point. PHC is good. They still trail, though. Kickoff team on the field getting set now. And he takes this from inside the 5. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. And the Miami offense is back on the field. This game just got tighter. The temptation might be to sit on this lead, but we'll see how aggressive they get. Now begin with a quick throw to the left. They get him down, but that's a nice play. Moves the ball to the 33. First down here for this offense. They'll work the clock here with their running game. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. First down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? They'll run it to the right side. They get him down, but he crosses midfield, spot the ball at the 44. We head now to the 2-minute warning as this offense tries to bleed out the clock and secure this win. Looking for a gap, it's Martinez. Second after their defense cannot stop him short of the marker. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. And here's the handoff. It's good for a 3-yard gain, so 2nd and 7. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. And there's the handoff. Breaks the tackle. Nobody can bring him down. Tackle made after a solid run by the junior. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Ball is snapped, and the quarterback will just take a knee. Welcome, everybody, to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. We've got a really compelling contest here, a team that's earned a top 25 ranking heading on the road for a serious test of their poise and their mettle. As we'll see the number 17 team in the country, the Kansas State Wildcats, taking on another Big 12 team, the Kansas Jayhawks. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined here in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get to the action on the field. Wildcats will kick it away and get this game going. He's going to return it from near the goal line. So Kansas's offense will have the football first here. And there's the star running back jogging out of the field. He is trying to add to his huge highlight reel, Kirk.
Chris, honestly, I don't think we've seen too many running backs who can duplicate what this guy can do on the field. He's got everything: vision, speed, power. He can diagnose the defense in real time. I'm really excited to see this kid play. Great job by the offensive line here, opening up some holes and giving the running back room to run on first down. Plays like this can open up the playbook for the play caller, allow him to make that defense think, are they going to run? Maybe play action, maybe throw the ball downfield.
Looking to pass, it's Daniels. Got him for a sack, a big play made by one of the senior leaders of this defense.
Well, this is exactly how you can slow down the momentum and a rhythm of an offense. You got to get some tackles for a loss and some sacks. This time, they come up with a sack by getting after that quarterback.
So a tricky situation here. Third and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. He's got it for a big game. And a big game before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. And they'll tackle him for a loss of 5 yards. Second down play coming up. Quarterback drops back. And the pass is complete to the tight end. They bring him down. That's a very solid game, but still well short of the first down. On third down, he drops to throw. Looking to scramble. He's got the first down and more. And they finally make the stop, but that's a huge gain in the scramble. He found some space and just went for it.
Well, here's a quarterback that just takes control for himself, picking up some nice yards when nothing else is there. This guy's a real threat.
The Jayhawks will try to keep this drive moving. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff.
You know, in the era that we live in right now, everybody wants to spread the field around, try to create space, try to create one-on-one matchups, and the defense has countered over the years by trying to play out wide. But here's a great example. The defense has the ability to play wide, but still be solid at the line of scrimmage and not give up big run plays.
Here comes the 8th play of the opening drive, but now it's third down. From the pocket, delivers over the middle. Gain moves the ball to the 21 and a fresh set of downs. And the Jayhawks will have first and 10 here. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. Grab behind the line, it's Arnold. And he'll get the first down yards before they finally bring him down. The Jayhawks hoping to punch it in here. They have first and goal. Keep it on the ground on first and goal. And he will be stuffed for no gain. See if the offense can punch it in on second and goal. They'll try to power it in right up the middle. And it'll be smothered right at the line for no gain. Offense moving backwards here, a long way from the goal line now. They'll look to throw it on third and goal. Pass fast clock. Moving right through the contacts. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. So now on 4th down, out comes the field goal unit. Right down the middle. So we have our first points on the board. That makes it 3-0.
Now, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. They'll return it from inside the 5. The returner is brought down. It's a start on the next drive. So the Kansas State Wildcats offense makes their way onto the field for their first possession. So now here comes the other half of this great running back duel we expect to see today. Both guys keyed up for the game, but also for this individual matchup.
Yeah, I like this. A pair of tailbacks that like to pound away at the front 7 for 4 quarters. And with these two, that constant pounding eventually leads to a big breakout play that can change the impact of the game.
On the run, it's Giddens. They'll tackle him right at the 25-yard line. So the offense faces a 3rd and manageable here from the 25-yard line. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Easy throw to a wide-open receiver downfield. An explosive play. Big gain across midfield to the 42.
Chris, all week they heard about how fast this guy is. The defensive coordinator told them they watched the film. They've seen this guy a lot. But I think the reality of seeing it now in person, I think it's surprised them. They've got to make some adjustments to their defense, or this guy and his speed will continue to have a field day.
Scanning the field, it's Johnson. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. Breaks one tackle, gets brought down, but picks up some decent yardage. And completion makes it 2nd and short. Play action fake, looking to throw. It's a short completion to the big tight end. Ball carrier heads out of bounds, but the pickup is good enough to move the chains. First down. Looking to throw it on first down. The sure hands. It's Cephas. The defense able to bring him down to wrap up the first period of play. Well, Kirk, Kansas has the lead here. And at the end of the first quarter, let's check out the stats so far. Plenty of time for some plot twists here as we begin the second quarter. Kansas State has moved into the red zone now. Handoff to the back. And the tackle is made after a 4-yard gain, so 2nd and 6. Takes the ball, tries the right side here. And they finally bring him down at the 5. Offense really threatening now. The defense backed up against their own end zone. 1st and goal, handoff. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no farther than that. All right, 2nd down and goal now for this offense. And the motion by the back now forces the defense to adjust. Looking to the end zone. Caught near the sticks. It's Cephas. And he scores. Touchdown, Kansas State.
Oh, just outstanding execution here by this offense. The offensive line gives the quarterback time, and the quarterback's anticipation was on point. Puts that ball right in the money. The receiver, all he had to do was turn and catch the ball for that touchdown.
Kicking team out for the PAT try. Extra point makes the lead 4. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. To be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Here comes the Jayhawks offense back on the field. Kept out of the end zone last time. Had to settle for a short field goal. Can they improve upon that here? The pass rush closing in. And it's the senior getting home with the sack.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
Went backwards on first down, so it's 2nd and long here from the 10. Keeping it on the ground here. They tackle him about the 14. Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in 3rd and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this first down? Looking for his big tight end. And it's complete downfield. Solid gain there. Moves the ball out to the 32. The Jayhawks getting set on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Grab down the middle. It's Neal. They bring him down, but not before he gains first down yardage. A new set of downs after that completion. They're going to run it. He's brought down, but not before getting into enemy territory at the plus 47. A solid run, good for first down yardage. Dropping back, it's Daniels. Makes the throw across the middle of the field. Makes the catch downfield. Tackle is finally made, but not before a big gain. They'll spot it at the 24. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Makes a quick catch. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. 2nd down after that short completion. Trying to find some room. It's Neal. And he's brought down after a short gain. Does not make the first down yardage. Now it's 3rd and short from the 21. Defense trying to make a stand here and prevent a touchdown. Escapes the pocket but cannot make a play, and they sack him.
I mean, that's another sack, Chris. I mean, we're just getting started here. First half, you're already talking about giving up 3 sacks. Got to think about changing things up schematically, help that offensive line, and help that poor quarterback before he gets killed.
So they'll settle for a field goal attempt here. He made good on his first attempt. This one is from 40 yards away. No problem. Knocks it right through. That's the 2-minute warning in this close first half. The offense trying to score and claim the lead before the break. Return starts from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. And the Kansas State offense is back out on the field. Great possession last time. They punch it into the end zone. Can the defense come up with a stop this time? Using his legs here. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. Here's the 2nd down play. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. Running back grabs it on a screen. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. He's got a man down the middle. He'll be taken down, but he crosses midfield at the 48. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Scanning the field, it's Johnson. Looking to make a big play downfield. He cannot stop him. He's in. Touchdown, Wildcats.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath, just like this. When he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
And now the try here for the extra point. They connect on the PAT and lead 14-6 now. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. And here comes the Kansas offense back on the field. If they want to cut into this lead before halftime, they have to work quickly now. Running out of time in the pocket. And a timeout is called. Important stage late here in the 2nd quarter. His pass rush has been a problem. Another sack sets up 2nd and long. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. And he just throws it away there. Safe move. Had nobody open. So a tricky situation here. 3rd and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know, this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half, as they try to make some adjustments here. And the Jayhawks will send the punt team onto the field. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. So the ball placed right at midfield as the offense starts with a 1st and 10. Looking out throwing here to start the drive. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain. Wideout's now clustered. Locates the tight end. It's complete. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a 1st down. To throw, it's Johnson. Trying to create outside the pocket, but they've got him for a sack.
You know, a lot of times we get caught up, Chris, in the one-on-one battles with the receivers and the DBs. Here's a great example of up front, the offensive line and the defensive line. Who wins that battle? This time the defense wins it, and they get the sack.
Snags the quick throw. He's swarmed by the defense.
Well, as a quarterback, you're always trying to obviously find that open window to be able to throw the football into. That time, that wide open was right.
There's a shot toward the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Kansas State. Well, a touchdown to a wide open man. What in the world was going on the defensive side of that play?
Wow, what was the defense thinking here? You can't let a player roam free like that. They just completely forgot about him and gifted him a touchdown.
And now here comes the point after attempt. PAT is good, so the lead is 21-6. So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. Offense will keep it on the ground here. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
And we wondered all week how this one was going to play out. And through 2 quarters of ball, the answer is like a good old-fashioned barn burner. An entertaining first half, and we've got a multi-possession lead to break down thanks to the surgical precision of this offense. Might honestly take more time to talk about what didn't work than what did. The running game, the passing game, gadget plays have worked. Now it's just a matter of finishing the job. And on that note, time to throw it back to our guys at the stadium.
The Jayhawks will kick this deep to begin the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. And the return man brought down. That's decent yardage on that return. And the Wildcats offense back out on the field. This group has been clicking. They've really built momentum. Can the defense make adjustments? Come up with a stop here. And they'll stop him after a short gain. Second down play coming up for this offense. Try to catch the defense with the draw. And just a short gain this time. They're able to get him down. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Looking to pass. It's Johnson. Trying to extend the play. He's found some room at the 45. Slides down to avoid the tackle. The Wildcats will hustle to the line to run the hurry-up offense.
Chris, watch him work through his progressions here. Finds the first and the second option aren't there. By the third option, he's got to pull it down and try to pick up some positive yards, of which he did, and then he slides down to avoid the big hit.
This Kansas State offense is quickly moving down the field. Looking for a gap. It's Giddens. They stop him after a 6-yard gain, so 2nd and 4. Now they'll switch it up, looking to throw the ball here. Caught behind the line. It's Edwards. The defense all over him. They stop him right at the line. So now from the 27, the offense faces a 3rd and short. How aggressive will they play it? And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. Brought down to the 22. It's a first down, very near the red zone now. And the Wildcats come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. The pickup is 7 yards. Now it's 2nd and 3. Offense sets up for play number 8 on this drive. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Looks like Kansas State will have the first down. 1st and 10 now for the offense. One man to the backfield, and he'll get the football. Ball carrier brought down at the 4. Offense in great scoring position here. So here comes 2nd down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. A juke to man, but not much room to maneuver. Stopped after a small gain. So here we go. 3rd down in the red zone. The kind of play that decides football games. That's a good effort on the run, but the defense stops him just short of the marker. 4th down now. Coach elects to try for 3 points and sends out the field goal unit. And that one's straight down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He has got a strong leg. I'm surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
Set for the kickoff here after adding to this big lead. He's going to return it from near the goal line. Stop at the 22. That's pretty solid coverage there. The Kansas offense is back out there now. First down, looking to throw the ball. That's reeled in. It's Arnold. And it's good for a first down to the 36. A new set of downs after that completion. There's the handoff. The gain is 5, so it's 2nd and 5 now. It's a quarterback keeper. And they keep the drive going. It's a first down to the 46. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Defense gets him down, but they'll take the gain on that play. Important 2nd down play coming up. Back to throw. It's Daniels. Looks over the middle, and that's complete. They make the tackle, but that's an excellent gain. Moves the ball to the 33. See what the call is on 1st and 10. The back's got it. And he's able to find some room before they finally bring him down. Getting set. Here's 2nd down. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. The defense grabs him after the completion. He's just short of a first down. Can he get there on the ground? And the defense smothers him for no gain. So they're short on 4th down, and the coach decides to trot out the field goal team. And it's good.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. He'll return it from inside the 5. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. Okay, the K-State offense is back out on the field now. That last possession produced a field goal, but more importantly, it milked the clock, and they do that again. First play of the drive, he looks left for a completion. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. A gain makes it 2nd and medium. Handoff here from the shotgun. Jukes to get past a man. They get him down, but the gain moves the ball up to the 36. To throw, it's Johnson. Short throw to the back, caught behind the line of scrimmage. And he's shoved out of bounds by the defense short of the first down marker. And it's Kansas State on top now, Kirk. So after 3 quarters of play, it's a pretty solid lead. Let's take a look at our game stats, how we got here. So one final quarter to play. It's going to take a lot to turn this game around, but strange things do happen in college football. Second down, we're going to throw it. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. Brought down quickly, but it's a big gain through the air. Spot the ball at the 45. The shotgun running play call. A gain of 2 yards. Now it's second down and 8. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. Caught over the middle. It's Johnson. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets him a few yards closer to the marker. On 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it here. Makes a quick grab. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down. Kansas State getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. They'll run this play from the pistol formation. Takes the handoff and tests the left side.
Just love watching this back run. Gets behind that offensive line, lowers his pads, and gets a nice solid gain.
Handoff to the back. They'll keep the clock moving. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. So now on comes the field goal unit. And the importance of this attempt, if he makes it, it's now a 3-score game. The field goal is good. And they add to their lead. After adding 3 more points to the lead, they're set to kick it off. He'll take the return and try to get some better field position. Turner brought down. Sets up the next drive. Here comes the Jayhawks offense back on the field. This is not the time to settle for field goals. They've got to find the end zone here. Quarterback moving out of the pocket, trying to create. Finding some room at the 25. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. The Jayhawks will come to the line to crank up the tempo.
Well, they did a good job of getting pressure on the quarterback, but, man, make the play, bring him down. Instead, they give up positive yards here on the scramble.
What's the play call here on second down for this offense?
I love what the defense is doing here, sitting back, giving up some plays underneath, tackling these guys inbounds, and just keep...
That deep shot is caught for a big gain. Touchdown, Kansas. Strong game by this quarterback.
Chris, how dangerous is this offense? Of course, you know about the receivers and his vertical shots, but here's an example. You give the ball to the running back out in space, takes it all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
And now they'll set up for the point after. And it's good. I believe they're lining up to attempt an onside kick. And the hands team able to recover the football. And the Kansas State offense is back out on the field. The last possession, they settled for a field goal, but really worked on the clock. Let's see if they can do that again with the lead. And they'll force him out of bounds after a short run. The game makes it second and medium. Here's the handoff. They try the middle, but gain nothing on that play. Critical third down play for this offense right here. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up fourth down now. The Wildcats bring their punt team onto the field. Kick lands out of bounds. They'll spot this down around the 20. First down here. The offense has time for one more play before the 2-minute warning. First play of the drive, looking to throw the football. Tight end makes the grab. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. That's the 2-minute warning here. This offense desperate to cut into this lead and then try to get the football back. First down, looking to throw the football. Caught quickly. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. They'll have to hurry now. Second down with the clock ticking. Back to pass. It's Daniels. Tries the right with a quick throw. He makes the grab. Finally tackled at the 7. What a play. Sets up a first and goal now. And the offense will wisely spend a timeout after the play. Clock management is going to be very important here in the final minutes. Back to throw again. He's got it near the end zone. And he will score. Touchdown, Jayhawks.
What a score by this offense. And the greatest thing, Chris, is they still left themselves a little bit of time. And now you're thinking onside kick, if they can recover it. You never know.
Doesn't do much good, so they'll set up for the 2-point conversion, trying to cut the lead to a field goal here in the late going. And he drops back in the gun. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. Formation would indicate they're going to try the onside kick here. It looks like the hands team were able to recover the football. And the Wildcats offense back out on the field. Can they play key boy here? Just protect this lead in the final 2 minutes. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. Keep it on the ground to work the clock here. The junior able to bring him down quickly. And now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Receiver in motion now. Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. The defense stops him short of the marker, so it's fourth down coming up. The decision is not to go for it on fourth down. Here comes the field goal team. This will be an attempt from 52 yards. Let's see if he's got the distance. And this one is right through.
Boy, this guy has such a strong leg. No problem. Up into the net from 50 plus.
After extending the lead with a field goal, they'll kick it off now, trying to make the offense go a long way to win it. Turner choosing to field this one. Solid coverage here. They get it at the 15. That's where the offense will take over. And here comes the Kansas offense back on the field. So here we go. They need a touchdown. Got a little time to work with. How will they play this situation? Catch is made down the middle. The gain is good enough for a first down near the 38. They'll hurry to the line here with the clock running. And the offense wisely spikes the ball here to stop the clock. Offense needs points quickly here, trying to dial up some explosive plays. Let's see what they've got called. He's running out of time here. And the pass is too high, out of bounds, and not complete. They'll get set, needing to score quickly now, looking for some big plays right here. Looking to throw. It's Daniels. That one sails too far, out of bounds, incomplete. Here we are late in a one-score game, and they're going to go for it on fourth down. Crucial play here. They go to the air. Fires it to the wideout. And it falls incomplete for a turnover on downs. So the job is simple here. Just take a knee, run out the clock, and begin the celebration.